I spend the lonely night.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Carpinteria Valley Water District to order. Can we have the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. And Bob, if you can have the roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Here.
Director Johnson?
Here.
Director Roberts?
Here.
Director Balch?
Here.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Aye, present.
Item number 3, public forum. Any person may address the board of directors on any matter within his jurisdiction which is not on the agenda. Anything, Lisa? Or? Okay, none there. We go to item number 4, approval items. 4A, the minutes of the regular board meeting held on August 9, 2023.
Holly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts? Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we have number 4B, disbursement report for June 16, 2023, July 15, 2023. Anybody want to volunteer that one?
I move to approve.
Holly seconds.
We got
Does Norman have any comments
Do you have
about
any-
it?
The only item I was going to point out is on packet page 10, just 3/4 of the way down, the Montecito Water District's just out of the ordinary, the $112,000. That's our 50% share of the Ortega Reservoir repair.
Okay, so it's twice as much they spent on Ortega because we paid half.
We share half with Montecito, yes.
Okay, on the same page, could I ask a question about Lincoln Life deferred compensation? This is just probably a question about standard procedures. What is that?
Yes, so that's employee funded, so that's a 457 plan. So for a few of the employees, the district does contribute 2.5%, but those are employees hired prior to, I believe, 2011.
Oh, so this is the employer portion.
And the employee, because we do it as a payroll deduction, so then we pay it out to
I
Lincoln.
see, so it's
Yeah.
total. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
That's all my questions.
Okay, any more questions? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 5, unfinished business, none. And then we're going to adjourn to the board meeting for the Carpinteria Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Call the meeting to order. Number 2, public forum. Any person may address the board of directors on any matter within his jurisdiction which is not on the agenda. Lisa, anything? Okay. Then we got item number 3, approval items. 3A, minutes of the meeting of the board held on June 28, 2023.
I move to approve.
Holly seconds.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 3B, disbursement report for May 16, 2023 through July 15, 2023. Any volunteers on that one?
I move to approve.
Holly seconds.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 3C, annual vendor payment report for the year 22-23.
Holly motions for approval.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please, Bill.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Winerden.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 4, unfinished business, none. Item number 5, new business, 5A. Consider Bartlett Pringle Wolf audit arrangement letter for the fiscal year 2022-2023 for action. Bob?
Yeah, seems like we get done with the audit and then we're right back into the next one. So this is on the agenda because we need to engage, I guess the new word is
Arrangement letter.
arrange a relationship with the auditor. I'm going to hand it over to Norma. She's got a couple of slides here that she wanted to present.
Yes, thank you. So included in your board packet is that arrangement letter that Bob mentioned for fiscal year 23 at a cost of $8,000. So fiscal year 23 will be the final year of the 3-year engagement. The CGSA was projected to spend about $18,000 over the 3-year period. Actual costs will be about $19,232, and that includes $8,000 for the final year. And again, the fiscal year 23 is just a proposed amount. The CGSA, thank you, has 2 options. Continue with BPW for fiscal year 24 and request a partner rotation, which is typically recommended after year 5, or go out to bid and issue an RFP. In reviewing articles and references issued by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the Institute of Internal Auditors, and the Government Finance Officers Association, to determine best practices and industry trends, I found that the GFOA recommends that governmental entities should enter into multi-year agreements of at least 5 years in duration when obtaining the services of independent auditors. Such agreements allow for greater continuity and help to minimize the potential for disruption in connection with the independent audit. Multi-year agreements can also help to reduce audit costs by allowing auditors to recover certain startup costs over several years rather than over a single year. Along with that, continuity and institutional knowledge. The audit firm is already familiar with the water district's operations, systems, and processes. This continuity can lead to more efficient audits as the firm doesn't need to start from scratch each time. Also, understanding of historical context. The audit firm's history with the organization allows them to understand the agency's financial history, past challenges, and improvements made over time. This can result in a more nuanced and informed audit process. Also, reduced disruption. Changing audit firms can introduce a period of adjustment and learning for both parties. By keeping the same firm and changing the partner, the agency can avoid major disruptions to the audit process and reporting timelines. Customized insights. The new partner can offer tailored insights and recommendations based on their unique experience and expertise, while also benefiting from the established knowledge of the agency. And finally, efficient reporting. The audit firm is already familiar with the agency's reporting requirements, enabling them to focus more on areas of risk and concern during the audit. So in summary, what I found is that keeping the same audit firm with a different partner allows the agency to benefit from the strengths of both continuity and fresh perspectives. I can strike a balance between stability and innovation, resulting in efficient and effective audit processes that align with the district's needs and circumstances. If the board elects, it could also go out to bid for fiscal year 24. Staff would issue an RFP in October, November of this year, and some items to consider include the firm rotation may allow new firms to provide diverse perspectives, new skills which may bring additional value to the audit process. Firm rotation may enhance auditor independence and objectivity. But again, there could also be increased costs due to startup expenses associated with the new audit firm. But for this year, the arrangement letter is for fiscal year 23, again, the final year of BPW's 3-year engagement, and the board we would bring something back to the board to decide if they would like to continue with BPW or go out to bid.
Go ahead, Polly.
This just seemed like a normal letter, and I've always been happy with Bartlett Pringle, and I'm absolutely for rotating partners, as we have always done. I didn't understand the squiggly lines
Yes, I think the squiggly lines were just there, items that legal, Carrie pointed out to the district to be aware of. But it was my understanding that there weren't any concerns other than you wanted to highlight those items to the district.
Okay. Thank you.
Gary?
Yeah, this is pretty much the standard for both entities, right? CCWA and GSA. And what was I going to? Oh, I was going to ask you a clarification on what are we talking about tonight? Just the 2023 engagement?
Correct. Yes, so 23.
Okay, and I'm in favor of switching out, but not every 3 years or maybe not even 5 years, but all these things about being convenient. And some of these, the squiggly lines, the confidentiality, like, okay, a third-party audit is all for transparency, really, and it's for GSP, GASP, and all that stuff. And so they talk about proprietary. Are they talking about our proprietary information or their proprietary methods? Do you know on this? I didn't really read the whole thing, but I mean that like, oh, really? I mean, it's all supposed to be transparent as far as what is our auditor doing. If another audit firm is a little critical of them, they want us to not, is there some legal basis for us to keep their ways and means private? Is that what it's saying, pretty much?
I'm not sure which section are you talking about?
Yeah, for instance, I guess the first one is 17. Agreeing arbitration. No, arbitration's that, I know that. Confidential information. They're talking about our confidential information. They should keep that private, but the auditor's procedures, that's what I'm questioning, and it seems like there's some parts here that say, if someone else, criticizes their procedures that it's not transparent.
I think the concern on their behalf, and I mean, I'm not their attorney, but their concern would be that they have proprietary procedures within their firm in terms of producing their audits that they don't want disclosed, that they consider their method. I mean, it would be just like any business considers their proprietary procedures, their method, the way they conduct their business. I don't think they're keeping their accounting procedures confidential. And then, as you said, the district's confidential information would include, information that should not be disclosed under the Public Records Act. So it's the district's obligation to keep that confidential as well.
Or if they were doing an audit for a corporation or something, it would be confidential. I'm sure they'd have access to all kinds of confidential information. But, okay, it just smells a little to me, but that was my question.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve the letter.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? We need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes?
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
And want to make sure the motion was for the amount, which I believe was 6,000?
I thought it was
8,000?
8,000.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't see it in the 8,000. Just a reminder to put the numbers back in the agenda
In the minutes.
as amended.
Roll call?
Didn't I do a roll call? Oh. Too many roll calls. Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes. Then we got item number 5B, consider resolution 029, establishing an appeal process for the year 24 GSA fee. For information, Bob?
Yeah, as you recall, last year we went through a similar process of developing an administrative appeal process. And as you recall, and in June, on June 28, 2023, we adopted a new fee for fiscal year 24 for the GSA of $68 per acre. It was a parcel fee, so it was similar to the previous year's fee, and it went up a little bit. But with that adoption, the board also adopted a directive to develop an appeal process. So basically, the basis of the appeals are self-certification that no groundwater is or will be used on the property, including CVWD groundwater, or no possible benefit from groundwater, things like the slough or conservation easements or right-of-ways. 3, no legal basis for application of the fee, and this is sort of not specific, but some legal challenge that someone has with respect to the legal authority to apply the fee, and then incorrect acreage. And so any of those bases would qualify for not an appeal, but an exemption from the fee. So in your packet's a draft of Resolution 29. It describes the proposed process for appeals in draft, so it may still change. We're still going through some legal review of it. Similar to the process that was articulated for fiscal year 23, and so probably won't change a lot. Those who appealed in 23 would simply resubmit their appeals for 24. For today, it's just for information and any feedback you would like to give on that. We'll bring it back on September 13th for adoption. So, take any questions.
Any questions?
I have just a,
Go, Matt.
and of course, when I read it out loud, I'll realize what I think it's supposed to say. Let's see here. Let me find my spot. Under page 25 of 37, I was just unclear on the footnote number 2. It says, third line, a sufficient basis for granting a request for review. I just didn't know what granting a request, approving a request for review, or is that's not an actual approval of an exemption? What is? I'm just not sure what it means.
This year, we're changing the appeal process where the review will be done by staff. And so if staff can resolve the request for an exemption, then it will grant the exemption.
So that sentence is saying it'll be sufficient basis for approving a exemption.
Well, so what I did, and we can absolutely change it if it's confusing, but I'm calling the process a request for review. We're requesting that the staff review this, then it will be elevated. If that request is denied, it would be elevated on appeal to the board. So we're kind of distinguishing between the two concepts. If the idea of the phrase request for review
That's confusing
is confusing, then we can change that.
I see you've capitalized it.
Yeah, and so the way I was trying to clarify that was an administrative appeal, which means it's at the staff level, but there was some concern about using the term appeal at the staff level.
Well, it should be sufficient basis for granting an annual exemption or an exemption for the current year or something like that.
Yeah, we could do that.
I mean, I'm just wanting it to read so it's not an argument later.
Anyone else?
And then I just had a question on the next page, sorry.
Go ahead.
26 of 37. 2.5, just a question. So if if a property owner self-certifies and they give us information that's incorrect, is that rescinding of that relief got a expiration date on it, or?
That's a good question. That's something that we can talk with legal about.
Okay.
Yeah. This one right here.
Yeah.
Are we good?
It just, I don't know if, and this is, I don't know if I should raise this now, but we were talking about this later. Case made a good point in Padaro. If those people that we kind of brought into the district were they part of the GSA process that we just went through? You were going to check on that. Padaro property that we just rolled in?
I was going to
Annexed.
check on that.
Annexed.
It was not, because it was not part
Okay.
of the district, and
Okay.
so that was the GSA boundary was mirroring the
Okay.
district
Yep.
boundary, so now that we're changing the,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I'm good.
Bob, I got a question on the reasons for appeal. Can you show the slide again for a second?
Oops.
Right, so, number one, self-certification that no groundwater is or will be used on the property, including Carpinteria Valley groundwater. All the members here are using, any property owner uses Carpinteria Valley groundwater.
In Santa Barbara County, yeah. There's a Ventura County group that receives Casitas water that is not being, is not coming from the Carpinteria groundwater basin, so that would be sort of a weird exception. So someone in Ventura County could use only Casitas water and say, well, I'm getting no benefit from the Carpinteria groundwater basin. I don't plan to, and so why should I pay the fee?
So they don't overlie the basin?
Casitas does overlie, but they don't pump any water from it. The water district itself.
Good enough for me, okay? Okay, thank you. Then we move on to item.
I think there's a public comment on this.
Sorry, no. He wants,
Maybe hard to read the B, I'm sorry, I did it in a hurry.
oh, sorry, you want B, Scott? I thought it, go for it.
Good evening, Scott Vanderkar, at Down Farms. This is a vast area, and as you know, I have followed this closely. And a comment that Bob made, that caught my ear, and I think it just should be recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. That it should be recognized. Bob, you said something to the effect that this $48 was $48, gone up $68, went up a little bit. I just want to say, my calculations say 41%. 41% for a landowner is a significant increase, and I just think that needs to be recognized, that it is a significant cost for the landowners. Thank you.
Stand corrected. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Good point.
Item number 5C. Scott, you want to speak on that one?
We'll wait until we hear the staff report.
Oh, is that right? Is that how we do it first?
5C.
We want action.
I do want to speak on it, but I wondered if you wanted to present it first.
Are you talking about the C or D?
C.
We're at C.
Well, no, but do you have a comment on the conflict of interest policy?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
You want to go first?
Yeah, I will. I don't have much to present on this. This is a requirement of the law. The Fair Political Practices Act, and it's basically a policy. It's a modeled policy that's out there that most agencies use, and it simply says that certain employees that are designated have to disclose their interests on matters, much like the Water District does. The GSA is also held to that standard. So that's all I have.
Scott?
Yes, Scott Vanderkar. So did I misunderstand this? Does this involve the Board of Directors as a conflict of interest? That's what my assumption was, but your explanation was.
Yeah, so in the policy, it says which, it is the Board of Directors, but it's also staff.
Okay.
So it's meant to prevent things like misuse of public funds for, privately held interests. So if I have a company does pipeline work, it's not lawful for me to influence a vote to award those types of contracts to my company or a company that's a company of my relative or something like that.
So with this item, would it be appropriate for me to voice my concern with regard to the district board of directors serving as the GSA board of directors? Or is that not appropriate in this, with this item?
I think that's, you can do it, but I don't know that that's a good fit, but certainly
Okay.
you can.
So that, and as you know, I have followed this groundwater issue and participated in it. And I, as much as I don't want to be the person that everyone rolls his eyes and when he gets up to speak, I also feel as though when something does not receive any either opposition or concern voiced, then it is assumed that it's okay. And I just want to present my position that it concerns me, and I question the appropriateness of the Water District Board in its entirety also serving as the GSA board, recognizing that the Water District is the single largest pumper of groundwater. So that is my addition to this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Any comments from any of the directors? Actually, Scott, I'd like to share my thought on that. Like I say, I've been on the board for about 4 or 5 years now, and don't take this the wrong way. For the last 75 years, myself being a private pumper too, for 40 of those, 50 of those, none of the pumpers even bothered to figure out what was going on with the groundwater basin. And I think when I got on the board, I realized all the work the district has been doing, and the both management and the board. I just don't see how you could find anybody more qualified than this board to do this. That's all. Personal opinion.
Just I guess a follow-up question. So my understanding is that invites were provided to the city and both counties to have a seat on the GSA, and they essentially declined?
Yes, and those invites remain open until the GSP is adopted.
Right.
So, as we approach December, where we complete the GSP and we bring it back to the GSA board for adoption, we will reach out to all of the members again just to verify that they're not going to exercise their right to have a seat on the board. And even once we pass the adoption, the sitting board has discretion to allow those agencies to join the board with a member.
Right, thanks.
Okay, then we need action on that item, please.
Polly makes a motion to pass Resolution 028, adopting Conflict of Interest Code as set forth in California Code of Regulations, SEC 18730.
Shirley seconds.
29 or 28?
I said 28, 028.
So
I'm sorry,
29.
029.
Okay. Did I get that right?
029.
029.
No, it isn't.
No,
I was right.
028.
028.
028, guys.
I was right.
028,
028.
yeah, so it's an error. I'm sorry
Oh,
about
it's out
that.
of order, no wonder.
So, I'm
I'm sorry. I said it right the first time.
I'm looking at the wrong item. It's my fault.
028.
All right.
Okay, we got
Shirley seconded.
We got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 5D, consider groundwater sustainability plan status. For information, Bob.
Yeah, as I mentioned here, as we approach December of '23, our goal has been, and we are quickly approaching that goal of completing the GSP and having all of the work that has been involved in that, including some of the work that was funded by a grant from DWR, such as the monitoring well construction at El Caro Park, the geophysics survey on the slough, and much of the outreach that has gone with that. So if you look on the schedule here, we started this work in 2021, shortly after the GSA was formed. And as I said, we did the ERT survey early on. We also completed what we call the data management system. That was taking all of the data that we had from the history of doing groundwater management as a water district and putting it into a system where it could easily be utilized by the state to look at our groundwater conditions and progress. In 2022, we developed outreach and communication plans, and we began doing outreach. One of the big things that we wanted to do is start public meetings, and we did that. We actually had 8 workshops, I believe, and they were held at the Lions Club on Wednesday nights, and so that has been going on. And on Wednesday of last week was the final meeting. So those were all recorded and can be viewed on the district website if anyone is interested. We also formed a groundwater sustainability plan advisory committee, and we have been meeting as well this year. And we just completed meeting 7 last night, and that was the final meeting of the GSPAC. And I'll be coming back with a report. Still working with the GSPAC via email, but coming back with a report and summarizing kind of the discussions that we had at those meetings. We've completed a number of the chapters. The GSP itself is 7 chapters, and 3 was, 1 and 2 were kind of introductory chapters, just background information really. 3 was what we call the basin setting, which talks about what is the basin, where is it, where are the boundaries, what's the geology, and then the hydrogeologic conceptual model, which is kind of that formal description of the basin, and then the water conditions of the basin are also part of that chapter. Once we completed that, which included an update of the 2012 groundwater numeric model, we then moved into how are we going to monitor this thing for compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Developed a number of monitoring networks that we're going to propose to utilize and monitor. And then from there, we went into what is sustainability, and that's called the Sustainable Management Criteria. We are working on that chapter right now. It's in review. It's pretty much been completed. Will be released for public review shortly after that. By the way, chapters 1 through 3 are available. 4 will be available by the end of this week, and then 5, which is the Sustainable Management Criteria, sometime in October and in September. Same with the next chapter, which is projects and management actions. That's really what are we going to do, what types of projects and what types of management actions are we going to do to make sure that the basin is sustainable into the future. And then finally, implementation is sort of the schedule of all these things. So if you can see there, the check boxes, those indicate that the projects have been completed or are pretty close to being complete. The next milestone will be the draft GSP comment period, which will start in October. It'll go for 21 days. We'll collect all of the comments and we'll address them and append them to the back of the plan. And then we'll bring a report to the board on that and hopefully adopt the plan by the end of the year so we can submit it to Department of Water Resources by the deadline, which is December 31st.
Is there like a current turnaround time for it once it's submitted to the DWR? Is it like months?
Up to 2 years is the review, yeah. So they it's hard to say because we're in a different timeline than most agencies were, because most agencies actually had to submit in 2021. So I think because of that, it was taking DWR a lot longer to review these plans. But every so often, you'll see in the water news that so many plans were approved by DWR or rejected. hopefully when we are in line, it will be much less time, and we'll know pretty quickly.
Okay, any more questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Sounds like a university syllabus, the chapters, and just really a lot of facts, and hopefully we'll be the wiser for it. But I had a question. What is the physical survey of the slough? What's a slough?
The Carpinteria Marsh, sometimes it's
Okay.
called the slough, yeah.
That's-
Yeah, we did a geophysical survey, if you recall, back in 2021, where we ran electrodes along the beach, and they send current down and measure the resistance to tell them whether there's salt water or not within, a certain number of feet below the surface. And there were areas that, this was right after we put in the Sentinel wells, there were areas that appeared to have saline water, and there were areas that seemed to be very non-saline, which was a bit confounding because it was right up at the coast. So it wasn't very conclusive in terms of finding out anything new. But the lesson that we took away from it was we have a baseline now. We can monitor it over time with this similar type of work and see if there are changes happening, either good or bad.
Yeah, I kind of want to reiterate that, considering that 90% of California's wetlands are gone, that and there's a big environmental aspect to the approval of the plan, that we highlight that, especially if we go after grants and things. I don't know what the measuring stick is in the higher levels of state and federal governments, but I think that's important. I'm glad we did that, and I hope we don't have seawater intrusion. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, then we move on to item number 6, Executive Director Report for the 6A, the CSPAC meeting last night, July 24th, 2023. Directors Holcomb and Bob.
What, you're going to do the one last month, right?
Yeah, this is only last month. We were, when we produced this agenda, we didn't really have the GSPAC agenda complete for yesterday's meeting, so we're just reporting on last month's. Last month, we talked mostly about chapters 1 through 3, and the idea was to go through all of the chapters in detail and talk about any areas of concern with the GSPAC. We did that, chapters 1 through 3. We got a little bit into some of the projects and management actions. There was a discussion regarding a paper that one of the individuals on the GSPAC had put together. But all in all, I think it went well, and I think we made good progress. And when I come back to report in 2 weeks about yesterday's meeting, it'd be a similar report, and we continued on through the chapters, and so that's my report.
Anything, Polly?
No, I just want to say, I'm not going to comment on last night. I have some comments, so I can do that next month. But I hope we find a way to keep these guys engaged because, Scott's here, keeps us on his toes, has offered some fantastic help throughout this whole process. But everybody else in that table is just fantastic, too. So I hope we could somehow keep them engaged. And I'll report on my comments next month.
Thank you. Then this meeting is adjourned, and I want to re-adjourn the meeting of the Carpinteria Valley Water District. Item number 7, new business. 7A, consider revised Rule 17 to allow master meters in some cases. This for information, and Mesa.
Yeah, this was talked about at the admin committee, and we thought it would be good to bring it to the board.
Hi, everyone. Move this a little bit. Okay. So we are going to talk about whether we allow and in what cases we allow master meters on our residential, so either single-family residential, multifamily residential dwelling units. And there's a couple of reasons that we're bringing this up. So we currently don't specify when we allow master meters. As the district, our preference would be for individual meters because they're managed by us rather than a master meter with sub-meters, where we don't know how well those are actually being managed or how the bills are really being communicated to the customers behind the master meter. Also, for managing leaks, it's definitely preferable to have individual meters, so we need to come up with some criteria for when we allow master meters, since we don't currently specify that. And part of the reason for that is we haven't had a need to, because there hasn't been demand for master meters until recently, when we started receiving a bunch of proposals for new developments. And some of them, it looks like it might not make sense in terms of the plumbing to individually meter each unit, you know, if you have a bunch of units in one building. So we need to consider when we would allow master meters for these large developments. And so what we're proposing is a change to the text of the rules and regulations. And I've summarized it there. I don't know if that's verbatim because I changed it in two places separately. But essentially, and I think you should have a handout with the correct text, right? So essentially what we're talking about are not commercial, industrial, public authority accounts or agricultural accounts, but our residential accounts. So if we have a residential development, we're going to look at each building proposed for that development and say, does that building have more than 10 dwelling units, and is it individually parceled? If it has more than 10 dwelling units and it's not individually parceled, so essentially rental units, then it can be eligible for a master meter on that building. If it's more than 10 units but it is individually parceled, so you have like condos that are individually owned, then we want to add one other step, one other criteria that they must meet before they could get a master meter. So we're going to say, can you feasibly individually plumb these units? Is there room at the curb line for the meters? And if they can reasonably individually plumb the units and there is room at the curb line, we would like them to still individually meter until they reach that point where they're like, no, this is not feasible to plumb. So those are the two criteria that we're proposing. And I have some examples we could go through. Are there any questions on that so far?
I do.
Yeah.
Sorry. So prior to our discussions now, and also prior to the ADUs laws coming up, I heard that the district was not going to allow any master meters anymore. It was all, if you have a big apartment complex, each one has to have their own meter. Was that the case before, and now we're changing it, or was it?
I don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that was the thinking, but because we haven't had the high-density residential that's being proposed before, it made us realize, well, we need to think about this, whether it is practical to have, 30 meters with 30 pipelines going into a building and, going every.
Yeah, I kind of can see that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I had a question on the number 10, why that was the cutoff or
Yes.
threshold.
So, Bob, if you go to, I think the next slide, is it? Yeah. Okay. So the way we came up with that number was by essentially reviewing all of our existing multifamily and master meter developments. And this is just an excerpt of sort of what I was seeing. So I looked, how many units are typically in one building? What's the density? How are they currently metered? Are they multifamily, so individually metered, or are they master metered, 1 meter per multiple units? And what I was seeing is that we don't typically have individual meters for more than 8 units in one building. And so just to give a little bit of buffer room, we chose 10. So it's a little bit arbitrary, but it is also based on what we're seeing in the ground in practice to date, too. So it seemed like 10 was a reasonable number to choose, given that we typically don't see more than 8 units individually metered in a building. And there are some examples of that, like that bottom right one. Those are individually metered, and there's only 8 per building there. There's 6 in the building in the top left, and then the one on the top right has far more than 8 units, and that's master metered in each of those 3 buildings. And then the one in the bottom left, I believe those are a maximum of 8 in one building, and they're individually metered as well. So that's how we came up with it.
I have another
for
question.
it.
Are there any developers that really want a individual meter for each unit? It's the way they want to plan it, or for some reason, or maybe they're
I don't
big
know that we've
units?
gotten to that point yet. Brian knows a lot more about what's being proposed than I do, but I don't know that a lot of them are that detailed at this point.
I recall in the meeting that we were hearing from developers that they really wanted the master meter, even if it was feasible for them to put in
I know at least one does.
the individuals, and so we were just kind of being cognizant that, okay, because it
Yeah.
is easier maybe for them, but maybe not for us.
We've been asked by a couple of them, and I think they're more motivated by trying to save on fees, which that's not what we're doing here.
But that one developer did mention his argument for it was plumbing feasibility. So,
Right.
yeah. Yeah, so I don't know whether anyone wants individually metered. We do know there's one that wants a master meter. So, and the rest, I think, are not far enough along, or at least I don't know.
I have a question you might not know the answer to. Do they do master metering for like gas?
I don't
Facility like
know.
that?
I'm not sure.
Power?
I
I
doubt it.
don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
thanks.
Actually, I got a question. So the developer wants the master meter what are they trying to accomplish? Because it sounds like you really prefer to have an individual meter anyhow, in my opinion. Individuals responsible for their use, and like Casey said, their gas and electric are most likely being measured separately also. So why would we be different on water? I mean, I'll probably regret asking this, but
Yeah, or I can take a shot at that. In particular, the developer we met with who expressed concern of having individual meters, his argument was twofold. Because there were so many units within a building, I don't remember exactly how many,
About 20.
20 in a building. They were small units. And his argument was you'll have 20 pipes, from the meters going into the building, in the walls, and then splitting off in every direction. And to complicate that, they want a boiler room for hot water. So then that water has to go through the meter and then go back down to the boiler and then come back up to the individual units. And so his point was the plumbing is a nightmare for individual meters. If we could just do a single line in and then branch off where needed, that's a much more simple system that would work for them.
okay, that makes sense. But then, obviously, there's a lot of money involved for the district also to, develop new water sources, get everything plumbed in. It's not like a master meter is going to save the developer a lot of money on those fees, or that part of the.
Yeah, so we're not proposing to change the impact fees or even the rates because, by going to a master meter. We're looking at the impacts of that and trying to evaluate how we would assess the fees, but our initial belief is that it wouldn't really affect the fees that we collect.
Okay, thank you.
And
Anybody?
Case, one other point, just to be clear too, I don't know that I mentioned this, there would be sub-meters behind the master meter, so they would theoretically still be individually metered, but those meters would be owned and maintained by the property owner or manager or whomever, not the district.
But it's not optional. They're going to have to put in individual meter?
Yes, it's a requirement, SB 77, I
Okay,
believe, yeah.
cool. Good.
Doesn't that require the same plumbing complexity of metering? Yeah, okay.
I don't know how much I don't know how much effort it saves on them. Maybe Brian could better answer the difference in engineering to that. To me it seems like
It wouldn't, because you would have a branch going into the building and, along, let's say, a hallway or something, and branching off into the individual apartments. That's where you put the sub-meters.
Right, and so they would bill based on those meters?
They could, it would be up to them. It's just a law that they have to do that now.
Could they bill at any rate they deemed appropriate?
Yeah, that's out of our,
Right.
I mean, we have master meters and we don't monitor how they bill their individual tenants.
Thanks.
which is the concern.
Yeah,
Well, I kind of see
which is how
that,
we
so
got-
the master meters would all be on the outside, medium or the street, the district, and the sub-meters they'd be smaller and inside, so you wouldn't have to run the pipes all the way from the street.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I see, okay.
Right, yeah.
Mainline. But you said there might be a central heating, like a commercial water heater. So you'd have to have a hot water meter and a cold water meter.
Yeah, I think the way that they were describing it, with individual meters, each line would have to go into a boiler, and then they'd have to come out, and then they'd have to.
Do you have any separate individual circuits within the boiler?
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why he didn't like that idea of having individual meters. He wanted one meter with one pipe going into the boiler, and branching off for a cold water circuit and branching off for a hot water circuit.
It's not making a lot of sense to me. Like you'd have a water heater in every unit, and that's the only way you could meter the water going in. And don't we have a regulation that you're not allowed to resell water in the district?
We do. I don't know if this would that's a good question. If this would be fall into that where someone owns a building and is collecting for the water that they've paid for from the water district. Good question. Might have to clarify that.
Or a mobile home park that has a master meter, too. I just want to make one point, and it's kind of beside the point, but we still talked about it, was the landscape meters. So as we go through this, the other component, because we asked about it, just to be sure, where appropriate, they would still have to put in their own landscape meter.
That's right.
That would be
Yeah.
completely separate. So
And
I
some
just
of these
think that's
developments
important.
are.
Pardon me?
Sorry, Paul, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Some of these developments are mixed use as well, so this doesn't include any commercial portion in there. And yeah, landscape meters would be treated separately.
Okay, actually, I got a question. Maybe Scott, you can answer, or Matt. Does the city of Carpinteria have a restriction on natural gas-fired units going forward, or just Santa Barbara County?
As far as I know, the city has not put a regulation on new construction with natural gas. It might be a state building code that's coming down. I think it's the general direction is that's where it's going, but I don't think there's anything in force right now. I'm just not aware
Right,
of
but
it.
I think Santa Barbara County already put it in place, I believe. Oh, city,
City,
not the
Santa
county?
Barbara,
Okay. I'm just questioning the fact that electricity doesn't work very good on a central boiler system, that's all. I'll just leave that alone, so. Okay, anything else on this item?
I can go over a couple more slides if you would like some more context.
Thank you.
So we have a couple of proposed developments. I've highlighted each of these developments in reference to this master meter question. This isn't obviously the final exact specific plan of each of these developments. I've abstracted them a little bit, so just keep that in mind. So this first development is essentially one big building proposed on this lot with about 20 rental, so not parcelized dwelling units. So we would say this would qualify for a master meter. Bob, if you want to go to the next one. This one has multiple buildings, so there's about 7 buildings. 6 of them, I believe, have about 22 units proposed. One has about 41 units proposed. And these, again, wouldn't be parcelized, so they would be rental units. And I think this starts to highlight where when we're talking about should we still just individually meter them? Well, this building with 41 units, is that feasible to individually meter? Are we, even if maybe you were to feel 10 is too low for the master meter threshold, I think at some point we do have to identify a threshold where we would allow a master meter. And so all of these 7 buildings would qualify for the master meter. If you go to the next one, Bob.
Oh, can I look? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, both of those. These look like agricultural parcels. Are they going to be converted to 20 big buildings with 20 units, or?
If they get built.
That's the
okay.
red tail out at Baylor.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Controversial.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, this one's interesting. It has a lot of other things going on, and we're just focusing on the 4 buildings that would have about 10 rental units each. And at this point, the plans don't specify how many units would be in each building. So again, I'm just saying there's 40 units total, 4 buildings, let's assume for the sake of argument, 10 units per building. And so they're right at that threshold, but we're saying you need more than 10 to qualify for the master meter, so these would be individually metered in each building if there's 10 per building. And you can go to the last one. Oh, okay. I guess the last one wasn't on here. We just also received a proposal for a much larger development that could have like 200 units in one building. So again, at some point, I think there might be too many units in one building to individually plumb. So just keep that in mind. Anything else?
So, let's say, we go through this and then 20 years from now, they make it so that you can sell these apartments off. How do we solve that kind of issue from popping up?
I mean, I think that they would, so we do have, I believe at this point, examples where there's a master meter and they are owned individually, and I don't know that we could regulate for that. I think that we can't control what happens in the future, essentially.
Yeah, I think in those situations, we require that the HOA be the customer
Right.
of record.
And so just so I'm clear, even if they get a master meter, they are required to have individual meters on every unit?
The sub-meters, yes.
Yeah, sub-meters that are owned by the owner of the
Right.
building, yeah.
But a meter nonetheless to
Yes.
every unit?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, then we're done with 7A. We move on to 7B. Consider updated meter leak policy. For information, Bob and Mesa.
Go ahead.
So we talked about this a little while ago when we were updating the rules and regulations. And so we had our rules and regulations text about water waste. We updated it a couple months ago with some initial terminology around how we wanted to handle meter leaks. And now we're revising that terminology now that we've finished our analysis, basically. And so I've summarized on this slide what we're proposing and why we're proposing it. So you have to remember we have these AMI meters now that essentially can tell us each day whether there's a new leak, rather than in the past we would only know monthly, and even then it was a little bit of a guess. So we have all this data coming in so we can tell customers when they have a leak, and so we have to figure out how do we manage that internally with staff so that it's not burdensome to manage these leaks, and then also how do we do something that's financially feasible for the customer while also not wasting a bunch of water. And so what we want to do is differentiate large and small leaks. So we're saying for the small leaks, we don't want to create a financial burden for customers. So we're just going to notify them of small leaks and not require them to remediate the small leaks. And then large leaks, we do actually want to have some sort of enforcement action where we can require customers to resolve these large leaks. And I think it's important to understand that we've been communicating these large leaks to customers, and some of them are resolved, but some of them are not. And the other thing is we don't know when we see this information on our AMI website whether it's actually a leak or whether it's just continuous flow, like legitimate use of water continuously. And so if it is legitimate continuous flow, we want to mark that in our system so that we know, and we don't need to ask them to remediate that. The problem is people don't always respond to us and let us know, so we have to assume it's an ongoing leak. So if we have some sort of enforcement here, we can encourage people to actually communicate with us and respond to our requests and let us know whether it's continuous flow or they have a leak that they need to solve. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So right now, if we look at the website, we can see there's 12 instances of continuous flow, which means flow that's occurred for 24 hours straight without a 15-minute break. And we have these 12 instances that have existed for more than 30 days at over 60 gallons an hour. So that's our threshold for large leaks going forward, is anything greater than 60 gallons per hour. And so these large leaks have existed for at least a month. You can see here under the meter count and account class tables there, most of them are about a 2-inch meter, and they're almost all agricultural accounts. So it definitely raises the question of, is this agricultural usage that occurs continuously throughout the day, so it's legitimate continuous flow and they just haven't informed us of this, or is it a leak that maybe has just been difficult for them to find and they haven't acted on it? And then if you look at the bottom of the slide, so there's currently 524 instances of continuous flow on Beacon, and 387 of those are less than 10 gallons per hour. So we have a lot of those really small leaks, and that's where we want to let people know you don't have to spend a bunch of money to go hire a plumber and fix those, but we do want you to be aware of them and sign up for Eye on Water so you can maintain them, because those leaks could increase and become a problem. They could become large leaks. So next one, just to give you a really brief snippet of sort of procedurally how we're handling this internally, because again, it's really important that we create a system that allows us to track these without taking a ton of staff time. So daily, we have our water conservation person who looks at Beacon to identify any new large leaks, calls the customer, and then basically documents the information in our billing system. So makes a service order, which is how we track how long this leak has existed. And then they also say, are there any open leaks of these large leaks that we should send out a violation letter for? And we have templates of those violation letters drafted. And then if you go to the next one. So the other thing we do is just once a month around meter reading, we automatically generate mass emails to customers saying, hey, you have a small leak, we just want you to be aware of it. You can contact us if you have questions. And just let them know that that's going on. Please sign up for Eye on Water, that sort of thing. And we have a template for that as well. And in your packets, I believe, on the fines, Appendix C, are fines and charges that go in the rules and regulations. We also outline how much we're talking about for each of these violation letters. I don't think I have a slide for that, but I think it was $25 for the first fine, and then $50, and then much more than that. I'm not remembering the exact numbers. But we essentially, these letters would go out every 30 days. So it's smaller amounts the first 30 days and 60 days. And then I believe after that, if the leak has existed for 90 days, we want to get their attention. So the fine gets pretty large. I want to say it was like $500, but
Case.
500? Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay.
says 100 then.
Yeah.
But then also, Mesa, we were being very sensitive to make sure in the wording that we said either possible leak or
Yeah.
continuous flow, so that we didn't get caught with somebody going out and spending a lot of money because they got something from the water district that said you have a leak, when it might not be one. It might be, I don't know what, continuous flow. So
Yeah. No,
we're
you're
very
right.
careful about the terminology to say either a possible leak and or continuous flow. So if the person comes back and says, no, this is the way it always is, it's continuous flow and this is for a reason, then we're okay. Okay.
You're right. Rhonda is great about saying
Okay.
continuous flow when she calls people, and then all of the documentation is very clear about when it uses continuous flow and then when it uses leak. So yeah, and I'd be happy to provide that
Possible
documentation
leak.
if you want to.
You might have a possible leak. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Casey?
So it's defining a large leak as a gallon a minute? Is that what we're going to?
Yes. Yeah, basically.
And so if you have a gallon a minute leak for 31 days, it's $25. If that happens twice, it's 100, and 3 times, it's $500?
In a row. So if it has been open for, say your leak has been open for 3 months,
Yeah.
then yeah, it'd be 500. Yeah. Yeah.
Matt?
Well, it's kind of funny because a leak on I think at the committee level, we were talking about this, a leak, my own example is I've got a much more complex system than the average bear. And so that certainly at a single-family residential house is obvious and easy, but when you got a 50-acre place with irrigation and housing and other thing, a gallon a minute isn't very much. And so that's where we just, you're saying that could be ongoing as long as the property owners in communications trying to resolve. That the fine isn't automatic just based on
Yeah, no,
90
the
days.
fine's at our discretion. Yes, definitely. So we don't have to.
They're discretionary
it,
depending
yeah.
upon, and that's important. I think that, we designed a system to irrigate at night, for instance, deliberately, so that we get better efficiency. And that is ongoing in the summer when things are dry. At the same time, have to go back and look at Eye on Water, see what happened when we shut the water off in the advance of the extraordinary rainfall from Hurricane Hillary. But we were anticipating it, so we shut down. But anyway, yeah, so I'm concerned that we want to be gentle. It's a good tool to have, but I don't know if we want to do it very frequently. And maybe when you say a notice of violation, maybe the first round or two is a leak notification advisory as opposed to a violation.
Yes, and
Yeah.
we have contacted the customer prior to this letter going out, right? We've made attempts to inform them. And I actually would be really curious to see if people know that this fine is a possibility. Do they respond and work with us? How difficult is it actually to find the leak if you know the penalty is? Maybe people just need the motivation, or maybe it's you can't actually find the leak when you have a large property with a complex system, in which case, yeah, we could talk about how to adjust that.
And I think that, as we were saying before, as you're in touch with these property owners, the two of you working together are going to come up with, no, I water at night, and so that's why I'm not losing, this is how much I irrigate at night, and that's why it's continuous. So, and we've done that before, that we have interacted with the property owners before on what could be a potential leak, and sometimes it is going to be, as Matt said, no, it's not a leak, it's I'm doing it at night. But we'll find that out earlier, hopefully, if they're cooperating with us, and if it reaches the point where we do know it is a leak and we're not getting any cooperation, then, as we agreed, we have to have something that has some teeth, especially for these huge things, to get them to take action, and I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's
the goal is to get customers to call us. We do have a few customers where we've attempted to call them, send out multiple letters, and are getting no communication at all. So really the goal of these fines are to get them to contact us, and we're willing and would want to work with each customer individually on their specific issues.
Shirley?
I guess I have a different point of view, because I was kind of doing the math on this. 100 gallons an hour, that's 72,000 gallons a month. And that's a small leak. And I'm trying to think, picture 5-gallon bottles that I can't even lift, for the water machine, 20 of them in an hour gone, that, I think it should be common sense. I really agree with this approach, but that seems like a lot. So I wanted to ask, well, do you know, if I leave my hose on, say half open, which is a pretty good stream, do you have any idea how many gallons an hour that would be? Or
Oh, go ahead.
oh yay!
Yeah, Shirley, I sent you an email, but I'll read you what Rhonda sent me. So she said, a standard 5/8-inch garden hose delivers 17 gallons per minute. The standard 3/4-inch garden hose delivers 23 gallons per minute. So for 15 minutes, it would be 255 gallons for the 5/8-inch hose, 345 gallons for the 3/4-inch hose. And for an hour, the corresponding gallons used would be 1,020 for the 5/8-inch and 1,380 for the 3/4-inch.
Wow.
That's wide open, though, so cracked would be much less than that.
Well,
At what pressure?
We can all be aware of that, man. That's a lot. Okay, thank you.
Any more cases?
I guess I'm not a big fan of the fine structure, I guess. I mean, we're leaking a fair amount of water out of Ortega daily, and, we're not going to be subject to these fines, which would exceed $500 pretty swiftly. I feel like I kind of see the intent of trying to get people to respond, but it doesn't really clarify, if you're working with the district, these leaks won't apply, and I think it could get real sticky if we, don't find somebody that, says they're trying to do something, and we have no real way to show that they are, and somebody isn't trying to do anything. And then to me, the fine is right in your rate, right? The water's not free. They're not having a free leak. They're paying for everything that's going through there. And then I assume if it's something catastrophic, if their water just gets turned off. I mean, at some point, it's going to be that route, right? The fine structure, I understand, I guess, the intent, but I think I have an issue with, just resorting to fines for people that have a leak for 31 days kind of deal.
Yeah, the fine is nothing new. We've had it in place for many, many years, and it has applied for more obvious leaks where water is running down the sidewalk or coming out of a sprinkler head, and we request that they repair it. And if they take no action, then the fine is there to motivate them, and it's to reinforce our no water waste policy. With respect to Ortega, we do and and have spent money on trying to mitigate those leaks. And so I think in that way we're being responsive. But, I think the spirit of that, the application of that fine is the same as it always was, where it's very clear that it's a leak, and the inaction is not a matter of not being able to find it. In other words, if they're actively working to try to figure out why, where, or how, the leak is happening, I don't think we would apply the fine. I think it's really where someone it's not worth my trouble. I'll pay the extra money in the bill. That's where we want to have some enforcement lever to pull when we need to.
Actually, I want to make one comment. Actually, I do appreciate the Eye on Water, because we got several notices some time ago, and we fixed them all, except we couldn't find one. And the reason it was the water line was in the groundwater. So we had no way of knowing where, but you kept telling us, hey, you got a problem. So we did find it. So I think the program itself is good. It's maybe the delivery could be somewhat. But it seems to me, what I've seen so far, you've always been very professional and very respectful of the customer. So
I would just like to echo that. I mean, at least my experience here, the staff bends over backwards to work with every single customer, no matter how large or how small the leak is. And sometimes I think it was always like 72 hours. We do longer than that. I even know some staff going into homes to do a toilet check because the person was too elderly and found the leak. And so it's my understanding, at least from what I've witnessed, we bend over backwards, including most of the time agreeing to give them a cut on their bill if they have taken the right steps to mitigate the leak.
Okay, that was all I had.
thank you, Mesa.
Thank you.
Anything else from you, Bob? Or
No.
We go to 7C, consider Bartlett Pringle Wolf audit arrangement letter for the fiscal year 22-23 for action. Bob?
Yeah, so this is similar to the GSA arrangement letter, and Norma will talk about it on these slides.
Thank you. So again, included in your packet is BPW's arrangement letter for the fiscal year 23 audit at a cost of $34,000. Again, this will be the final year in their 3-year engagement. The district was projected to spend $111,000 over the 3-year period, and you could see that we came in or projected to come in under at about $99,000. So for action tonight is the board to consider to engage Bartlett, Pringle, and Wolf for fiscal year 23. Next slides. I don't know if at a later date, I won't go through this again with the CGSA, the board will consider whether we continue with BPW or go out to bid. And next slide. There's benefits to both, and the board will consider those. And I would say we'd probably bring this back probably end of September, early October for the board to consider.
What's our partner status now? Would we rotate this year or next year?
No, this is the 3rd year, so we would still stay with the Dana McGrew.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, any questions? Can we have a motion?
Polly makes a motion to approve the letter with Bartlett, Pringle, and Wolf.
I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Wingerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 7D, consider resolution 1148 approving the second amendment of the joint exercise of powers agreement, creating the Central Coast Water Authority and finding such action exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act for action. Bob?
Thank you. Just a point of order on the last motion. Wanted to include the amount of the BPW arrangement letter, which was $34,000. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to this item for CCWA. So this has been around for a number of months and has been talked about, and we've come to the point where we'd like to bring it to the board for a decision. So CCWA is proposing to amend the joint powers agreement by adding a subsection Q to section 5 of the agreement. This is the joint powers agreement that formed CCWA. And it would authorize the authority, which is CCWA, to enter into contracts or take any other action necessary or convenient for the storage and use of water in groundwater bank, reservoir, or any other system or facility for the storage of water. That's actually the language that would go into the JPA. So starting at authorizing the authority. And essentially what this is in a joint powers authority agreement, there are a number of powers described for that particular agency or authority. And in CCWA's JPA agreement, it was only contemplated, it was done in the 90s, it was only contemplated that they would procure and convey and deliver water. And so groundwater banking or banking of water supply was not really something that was contemplated as a power that they would be involved in. As you know, fast forward to 2023, as time has gone by, we've experienced years where, very wet years where San Luis Reservoir fills up. This is one of them. And that water could easily spill. And that's happened over probably the last 10 years, 2 or 3 times. When the water spills, you lose that water. You're storing it in their reservoir, and if that reservoir spills, of course, it's not a real spill, but it's made to be like a spill. You lose that water, and so one of the ways to manage that risk is to move that water into groundwater banks that are located in the Central Valley. CCWA has participated in this with some of its partners, including CVWD, with Irvine Ranch Water District. As you recall, 2017 and 2019, we moved water into Irvine Ranch Water District due to risk of spill. And in fact, in both of those years, San Luis Reservoir did spill. And then we got that water back, or half of that water back in 2020, I believe it was. And so it's really important to have this tool in the tool bag. And so that's why CCWA is pursuing sort of the official power to do what's needed to act in that role. As I said, CCWA is proposing to amend that joint powers agreement to expressly state CCWA has the authority to engage in an expanded range of water storage activities. Any amendment to the joint exercise of power agreement requires the approval of each of the 8 CCWA members. Each member agency has had the opportunity to consider the proposed amendment. Of course, CCWA itself is not a member. They are the authority of that JPA. And all of the, if we do decide to approve this, we'll have to make certain findings under CEQA that the action is exempt. And CVWD is the remaining member to consider and approve the amendment. All the other members have already approved. So staff's recommending that we adopt Resolution 1148 approving the Second Amendment of the Joint Powers Agreement creating Central Coast Water Authority and find such actions exempt from the California Environment Quality Act.
Okay, go ahead, Casey.
Just have a quick question. So in the years prior when we did water banking, was it just done like via resolution from us, or how was that handled?
It was, so individual agreements were made between the water bank and us, and it was a 3-way agreement, and Central Coast Water Authority, because they had to facilitate it.
Thanks.
Hey, Sherry?
Yeah, I have a little statement that I'd like to make about this, because I really, really considered it a lot. And I'm on the board of representing Carpinteria on Central Coast Water Authority. And my main concern is I think it's also a concern of Santa Barbara and especially the Kachuma members, and especially earthquake or getting cut off from Lake Casitas towards the future, is that I would want control over putting more resources and money into Central Coast Water Authority, into state water. I would want to try and at least have options to, put more resources into local water sources. And Santa Barbara City, they have millions and millions tied up in desal plant, right? That they have control over, and one of the issues with Central Coast Water Authority when it was formed in 1991, it was the voting power was how much state water you took. How much state water you contracted for, which makes sense. You pay the most bills and you take the most state water, but maybe not pay the most bills because it depends on where the water has to go to get to you. But we have 7.6% voting on any kind of decision that CWA wants to make. And so I think the other parties, be aware of this. They don't have any problem. They consider this document kind of a dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And we have done a la carte water banking before, and it's been on, basis, party by party basis, and but that is all with the approval of the CCWA board, over which we have no control over. But so the issue I boiled it down to is water banking part of the project, which we have 7.6% voting power over, or is it outside of that project in which we, might not be obligated to pay for anything that the CCWA votes to do? And so that's kind of, I think, and thank you so much for your patience, Carrie and Bob, because, I was really looking into this, and then we found Section 3 and Section 25 that has, articles about how you can redefine the project. And so, in other words, so the project is delivering state water. So you might consider, well, what if San Luis spills and they have 10 days and they're going to be spilling in 10 days, and the CCWA brings a emergency board meeting and votes to pump thousands of acre feet into a water bank. Who pay? Do we have to pay? Do we have a choice, or can we just say no? Spill our water. We have local water here that we want to put our money into. So that was kind of my question, and the water banking is a phenomena. It's evolving. I think that the Central Coast Water Authority is I have confidence that if we're going to go this route, that they'll have the integrity, wherewithal, and the knowledge to bring it through successfully. But I don't want to pay for it. So the question is can we enact this carte blanche power for water banking, which might kind of morph, and I think probably it will, into more of a less of an a la carte. We'll put so much in Irvine, and then we'll put Montecito may chose to put in Mojave. It might be a commitment to a water banking they're popping up everywhere because it's needed in California. With the climate change, the water's not being stored in the mountains in snow, so we're storing it underground. It's good, it can't evaporate. In areas that have been overpumped for 100 years by farmers, so you're dealing with a bunch of farmers, and it may have buy-in, it may need to be financed, monthly subscription fees, could get pretty involved, like a water processing, plant. And so I wanted to know that that wouldn't automatically be included in our 7.6%, vote that we would be obligated to enter these kind of commitments. That was my concern, and so we did. Bob, he brought there is in the original 1991 agreement a sort of an inventory. Okay, this project that this agreement covers, it includes this pipeline, that pipeline, the water treatment plant. Exactly what it covers, and so if you want to change that. And that's what we have to pay for. So, I thought, what are these people that think they can sign this carte blanche, but we don't have to pay for it? But actually, yes, that's the case. You can sign it in likelihood, with legalities, who knows the end, that it's outside the scope of the original 1991, laundry list of what this includes. Because rather than, they just kind of put it in a one project basis and said, okay, let's not, we'll all split this up according to, what state water you use, even if you don't use the water treatment plant, and even if, Santa Maria doesn't use the pipeline, to Kachuma. So, for the capital improvement. So anyway, with, some reservations, I think it's because I am in favor of water banking, and I think CCWA is a good entity to do it. But I don't want to pay for it. And I don't want to have our resources get because we're different. We're different than Goleta has some agriculture. Montecito has some. We're 50-50 or more than 50 of our water goes to agriculture. And, residentials can pay for state water per unit, but ag, not so much. So I think our priorities, we need to be able to steer those priorities. And so, we really looked at this, and I think it's okay, and everyone else has approved of it. And if we all do get involved in some kind of a water banking, we've got to have some revision to the voting percentages, I think, because if you hold a vote at the Central Coast Water Authority, we don't have to show up. Santa Barbara doesn't have to show up. Goleta doesn't have to show up. All the 6 seats don't have to show up, and 2 seats can vote. They'll have a quorum. They can vote and do whatever they want. That's the reality. It's worked okay so far, So, but we are not obligated to get involved in expensive water banking infrastructure, because I think it will turn into infrastructure, and it'll probably be a good thing if it's done properly. So that's my report on that, my opinion.
Okay, Matt?
This action is just allowing them, and individual water banking arrangements would be other contracts.
This simply modifies the power of the JPA. So right now, they shouldn't be, involved in groundwater banking. So, because it's not one of the powers that is afforded them through the agreement. So this is simply, revising the agreement so that they do have the power to.
But it does have the possibility of expanding our water supply, and it would have a direct benefit to us if we participated
Certainly,
in
in practice.
action that was water banking water that we had rights to.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
So
Polly?
I was just going to make a motion to adopt Resolution 1148.
You had a question, Casey?
Yeah, I can wait till it gets a second. if you
Okay,
want.
yeah.
I'll second.
You got a motion and a second. Any questions?
I have just a couple of questions to follow up. So, in the past agreements, did CCWA's board have to approve our banking arrangement with IRWD?
Yes, so the past arrangements, there were 4 parties in the agreement, DWR, CCWA, us, and IRWD.
And so in this proposal, could CCWA bank on our behalf without any explicit approval?
No, there's a separate agreement called the Water Supply Agreement that provides that we have to agree to anything that's going to cost us money.
Okay, so if there was a proposal to do banking and we didn't want to participate for some reason, we could just opt out at that point.
That's generally how it would work. CCWA has no motivation to enter into a banking deal if they're not going to be reimbursed by Carpinteria.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Then we need a roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Yes.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And we move on to item number 7E, consider ACWA election for action. Bob?
Yeah, so this is kind of bounced on and off the agenda here. It's hard to see, but we're at the point where I have to cast a vote. This is the deadline, September 15th. And so all of the candidates have kind of shaken out, and there are two elections. There's the board officers election, which are the president and the vice president. And then there's the region election, which are all the different regions. We're Region 5. So for the officers, there's only one candidate running for president, Kathy Green, who's currently the Aqua vice president. And so I think it's certainly okay for us to vote an affirmative for her candidacy. And then for the vice president, there are two members running for that position. Ernie Avila from Contra Costa Water District, currently board member on the Aqua Board. He is running for, as I said, the vice president. And Michael Saunders from Georgetown Utility District, I think that's over by Tahoe, is also running for Aqua Vice President, and he is not currently on the Aqua Board. Looking at the qualifications, and they are the qualification statements are in your packet. Certainly seems that Ernie has been involved in Aqua for a number of years, has also been involved in the region level as an officer, and so seems like he's the qualified candidate here. Nothing against Mr. Saunders. Seems like a newcomer, and perhaps he will get on the Aqua Board at some time in the future. But I'm open to direction if you have a different opinion on these.
Anyone? Actually, my preference would be with Kathy Green and Ernie Avila. I mean, I read through their profiles, and I wasn't totally impressed with.
I would go with your recommendation.
Okay. All right, so I'll cast that vote, and then on the Region 5 election, it's a similar thing. When I look at these, I've worked on the elections committee for Aqua before, and the way that these regions work is you get a number of candidates, and you divide them up between chair and vice chair, and then board members, and pretty much all of the members that are running are either chair, vice chair, or members. So there's some that are running for board member as well as a chair or vice chair. The committee puts together a slate, which I think is a fair. They go into much more detail in terms of who's qualified and whose turn it is to be the chair and the vice chair. But I'm of the opinion that that the slate is a good recommendation. That's the route we should go.
I agree.
Okay.
So you need a motion for that, Bob?
I don't think this was for action. I think we were just, actually, I do have it for action, sure, if you want to direct
So
me.
probably makes a motion to accept the Aqua election slate and the candidates that Bob recommended.
Second it.
For Region 5 and for the general election.
Okay, we had a motion and a second. Any more discussion? And roll call, please.
Director Holcomb?
Yes.
Director Johnson?
Aye.
Director Roberts?
Aye.
Director Balch?
Aye.
Director Van Weerden?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Then we got item number 7F, consider ACWA Fall Conference and Expo for information, Bob.
Yeah, so coming up in November, so this is the first notice, and we like to get signed up early so we can get rooms at the hotel that they're holding the actual Aqua Conference. This is the Fall Conference. It's in Indian Wells, which is out in Palm Desert. And here's just a sample of some of the items on the agenda. This is very preliminary, of course, and as we get closer to the date, they'll send out updated sessions. But wanted to put it on your radar and have you consider if you will be going, and if you will, please let Lisa know so she can start working on the hotel and the registration for the conference.
Anyone interested, or?
I just can't commit right now.
Too early to plan that far in
Yeah.
advance.
What do you mean? Your
Yeah.
whole
But it
day
might
is open.
be-
What are you talking about?
I will say, I've been to the one there before down there. It's very nice, very, very nice facility, but I have elderly parent obligations.
I would have to say no, just to make Lisa's job easier, because my life position right now is I'm tied down.
Okay. I just thought I'd put it out there.
Never say never. Maybe we will go, but we'll see.
I'm just considering it at the moment, so I'll let you know.
Right.
And we don't want to wear you out prematurely here, you know.
Right.
That's okay, then we move on to item number 8, Director Reports, 8A, Administrative Committee Meeting, August 15, 2023. Polly and Matt.
I think we went over almost everything, didn't we?
Well, the two things we didn't go over was just the capital cost recovery fee. We're looking at that. We're going to continue to talk about it at the committee level. And then doing a salary and compensation study.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Which is customary and routine, but I don't think the Water District's done it for years. So.
Not an official one. We've always kind of asked our neighbors, but this is
We've had very
more
informal one.
in-depth that we decided we had to take a
Correct.
better look at.
We're currently collecting proposals, and we'll come to the board when we have enough.
Okay.
Thank you. Then we got 8B, Com Operations Committee Meeting, August 22nd, 2023. Polly?
Thank you. So we approved the repairs to the storm damage for Laura Reservoir. This was one of our highest priorities after the January-February storms, where a road got washed out, in addition to other things. We have awarded the contract to Tierra for $165,000 and the engineering consulting work to Flowers for $22,000 for a total of $187,000. We think that FEMA's going to approve most of this, if not all of this, but we're not quite sure. We're working with them very closely. They've been spread so thin recently. It's been harder to get in touch with them than it was earlier in the year. And then in terms of other actions going on, the countywide debris removal that I was talking to you about maybe a couple months ago, where we hired Peter Lapidus, that's going well. That's just about done. That's for San Roque and Lauro, and he is hauling the soil, which is very good soil, down here to Carpinteria, to one of the growers. So that all worked out great. The Laurel Stillingwell debris removal, we're doing that over the next couple of weeks, but when the Bureau took a look at it, they said if you don't get it done by August 30th, you're going to have another P1, a Category 1, and we just graduated from the other one that was a high priority. So we're pretty sure we're going to have that done. We're working to get all of that removed, but they took it very seriously and said, it's going to get bumped up to Category 1 if you don't fix it. So we're working on that right now. Our bigger issue, and we knew this before, is the North Portal elevator. So it looks like the door sensor box is corroded and damaged. And again, this is from the seepage that is getting into the 140-foot elevator shaft. So we have contracted with Otis for $16,000 to replace that box. In addition to that, the next step will then be to continue to address the seepage that we are finding. This apparently has been going on since the beginning of the creation of the elevator, when the lake is full. So there's more work to be done there to really get this fixed, but that's where we are right now. I will say that the price tag at $16,000, so it doesn't seem that bad, but it's about $1,000 an hour for these guys that are highly certified, highly risk oriented work, so it's not like repairing your elevator at the Hilton Hotel. It's a big deal. So that's one of our high priorities. Let's see. We have $200,000 towards the blow-off and air vents down here in Carpinteria, and that's been put on hold while we work on the laterals. I don't know if you're in touch with that. So we'll eventually get to it when we're done with the laterals, but the good news is that the $200,000 could go to either the Laurel Reservoir bypass, depending on what FEMA approves, or some of the elevator itself and other fixes that we have to do to get that fixed. We had a dam inspection. Most of that went okay. We had done a lot of work on Ortega and Carpinteria, still maybe a little bit more work to do down in Carpinteria. Our hazardous mitigation audit was internal with the Bureau. There were just some tiny things. We don't really do much with hazardous material anyway, but they did give us some tips on better storing oil in the shed. So just some tiny stuff, but it was still good to keep us on our toes. We've been after the Bureau. So I've told you about our fixes. So we've been after the Bureau to try and get some of their fixes fixed, including including debris removal in the penstock that still has to be done. We don't have a date yet from COMB, but more importantly, when we had the spill at the beginning of the rainy season, the big rainy season, a couple of the gates did not work for a variety of reasons, and those still have not been addressed. So we are discussing a variety of steps, including a letter to the Bureau, either from Janet or myself, as she continues to work with them. But they have made it clear that this is not high on their priority list yet. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Polly. Then we got item number 9, General Manager's Report for information. Bob, and in 9A, Engineering Report.
Yeah, a few things that I'll highlight. So we've been doing a lot of updates on the website, so a lot of information, new information, but just kind of cleaning up some of the stuff that's out of date and correcting some inaccurate information. The CAP website, which is actually a subset of our district website, we're doing a lot of updating to address some of the outreach needs that we're working on. And then, of course, the GSA website has been heavily used for outreach and posting parts of the document, parts of the GSP for people to access. And then, if you look in your packet, there's a color wheel here that's kind of talking about how well ion water is being received, and so we've been stuck at 10% of the customers for quite a while, and so we just nudged up to 11%. Again, the majority of those customers that are engaged through that program are residential, so I think that's a good thing, and we're going to continue to market that. Every chance we get, we encourage people to sign up for that. It's a very helpful tool.
You can set it up so if you can spin that wheel, you can win prizes.
Yeah.
That'll get them going.
I had a question on ion water. Is there a way to mechanize reporting so that if you didn't want an app or didn't have the ability to get an app, that it could email you a summary of some sort, like weekly or monthly or daily?
I don't believe so. If you don't have an account, I don't think you can individually access the data.
Thanks.
Yeah. And then moving on the engineering report, we're doing some planning with the liver project for November of this year. Still waiting on Caltrans permit, but if we are able to get that Caltrans permit, we'll move forward with completing the rest of the laterals on the liver project. Santa Claus Lane, we're waiting for the county to resolve some conflicts with the gas line that's out there that is in the area that we had designated for our pipeline to go through on the plans. But once we get that, go ahead, we'll complete that project. That's it for the engineering report.
One question there in the engineering report, just the Baylord Avenue housing project, it says 132 market rates units in 6 buildings, 40 of which are affordable.
That's probably described in the application.
So I think it might be the total project is 170 units or something like that?
Yeah, I think that's
73.
correct.
Okay. It sort of reads like there's 132 market rate units and there are 41 of those are affordable.
Yep.
But I think you mean, plus there's an additional 41 units that are
Right.
affordable. Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the operations, I'm sorry, talk about the intent to serve letter. So Meso in her presentation mentioned a new submittal that we just received on development and so we issued, 2 letters, one for cannabis remodel and one for on Foothill Road and one for a pool spa and barbecue island on Foothill, pretty minor. But we took in letter requests, and the big one was this one on 6380 Villarreal. It's located over by, I think it's Norman's Nursery there. It's the parcels that are Norman's Nursery. And, this kind of came out of the blue. We checked with the city if they had heard anything when we received the request, and it was the first that they had kind of heard of a proposed project. And so I think it's very preliminary at this point, but it's a large development.
Is this
a lot of
Is
units?
this the one that is Lagunitas? Or is this
No.
Norman's Nursery?
This is Norman's Nursery.
So Lagunitas isn't on this list yet, is it?
No,
Because they've received an
yeah,
application.
yeah, they are not on the list, and I don't believe they've requested intent to serve letter. They have reached out to us to ask us about the master meter question. So,
Isn't that item 7 on the monthly, Lagunitas Business Park? Or no?
so that, they haven't requested a letter, I don't think, but they, they're asking about master meters. I don't think we've issued them a letter.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make one comment? I think before, and I thought this was helpful, especially if you're reading through it fast, you used to say no new meters on a lot of these intent to serve, and then sometimes you'd say, you can say it will be a new meter. But if it's a project that doesn't have any new meters, that's a good
Yeah.
thing to see.
That's good input. I'll make sure that gets on the report. Okay. All right, then, moving on to the operations. All of the wells are operating, although we aren't, they're operating normally. In other words, there's no mechanical issues like there have been in the past few months. But we're not really running them full-time because we have a reduced groundwater goal, and so we're sort of running them part of the month. Smiley Wells actually has run only a few days a month, so. But El Caro and headquarters are run at a reduced rate. I think that's all for the operations that I want to point out. And then for the water supply, just kind of go through this here. So this is the report for July, and if you look this water the total water on the metered sales is about 3222, which is very low compared to our normal 4,000. So not great in terms of sales. You can see most of the water here is coming from Kachuma since we refilled. Again, you can see the groundwater has been greatly reduced because our targets went down, and state water has not really been delivered at all because of the ample water in Kachuma. So 2588. So this is down from 2813, which was the full mark for our allocation for this water year. Got about 2 more months before that becomes carryover water and we get a new 2813, or hopefully I would expect to get a 2813. This water, if we carry this into the rainy season, is at risk, and so that's a big concern. Similarly, with the State Water Project, we have 2121, which is a full allocation. 2,000 acre feet is a full allocation. And so, again, as we head into wet season, it's very likely that San Luis will spill. And we were looking for places to bank this water, and really no one has any banking capacity. The sales or the buying market for state water right now is very dismal. It's really almost not worth pursuing. But CCWA is looking into anyone who might be interested. So just year over year, kind of looking at our water inventory, we're higher than we have been, pretty close to 2021. This included a supplemental water purchase. So here we are, and 2 months from now, if we don't spill, we'll add another, almost 3,000 acre feet to this. So our water supply picture will look very good if we are able to keep the water that we have in carryover. So groundwater production year over year from in the month of July, you can see last year we were still pumping pretty heavily. We didn't know that Kachuma was going to fill up in July of 2022, but it did. So again, we've switched back to Kachuma, and the groundwater production targets were reduced. Sales, as I said, 2023 lower than expected, and that's true of July. You can compare this July with the previous Julys, and it's of course the lowest sales. This doesn't really show much, but it's the district sales over time, and of course it's only 1 month, so it's beginning. It's by fiscal year. Oh, I'm sorry. Fiscal year. M&I sales, again, same thing. We have a target line and a max line, and it's right there, yes, at the starting.
Ask a quick question.
Sure.
Did we end up under the red or near the red at the
under? Yeah, in both of these last month. Yeah. Lake Kachuma still pretty full, 97% of the capacity. Did not spill in this last rain, but still very full. August, we don't typically get rainfall, and so Meso put together this little analysis showing the historic rainfall in August. And kind of interestingly, back in the 80s, we saw, significant rain in August of 1.6 inches. Here, totaling the 2 storms that we've had in August, were about 0.9, almost an inch. So very unusual weather. The most recent weather event was driven by a hurricane, which was the rainfall from that hurricane was distributed more inland. You can kind of see this little map showing kind of the more intense areas were sort of in the inland areas, and the coast didn't see quite as much. It looks like the moisture came in this direction. We're over here. So we're kind of in the green band, just a little bit below an inch. This is another point. You can see a lot more rain accumulation in some of the inland areas than along the coast. This is just a picture of some flooding in the Palm Desert area. You can see, it's previous to the storm, and then of course when you get a lot of rainfall in a desert region, you can get flash flooding, which looks like it occurred here. So with that rainfall at Carpinteria Fire Station, the official number was 0.85 for the month. That puts us at 174% of our normal rainfall. Again, Kachuma did not spill, was not affected, 96.3 percent full. So the storage change is actually negative because more water was delivered from Kachuma than accumulated. Statewide drought is really about non-existent. There's still a little bit on the very extreme ends, but at this point, the drought monitor is showing very little drought. Reservoir, again, this is a pretty big concern. You got a full Kachuma here, and you got a full San Luis here that are, we're headed into the winter, and so it's very concerning. And that's it.
Thank you, thank you, Bob. Then we got item number 10, closed session, none. Then we got item number 11, consider dates and items for the agenda for the Carpinteria Valley Water District Board meeting of September 13, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. Carpinteria City Hall, 5775 Carpinteria Avenue, Carpinteria, California. Actually, if there any, go ahead, Shirley.
Yeah, I had an item that maybe not at this meeting, but I already spoke to Bob a little bit about it. But sometime in the future, especially since this last, rainy season, Goleta's taken a lot of Lake Kachuma water and pumped it into their groundwater. If we could maybe have a presentation and discuss the feasibility of doing this in Carpinteria. I know it's not simple, but and especially looking forward, even to as early as this November, the Central Coast Water Authority is predicting that even, just from the rain that's accumulated off the snowpack, et cetera, in the state water system, that San Luis Reservoir may spill. And that's free water, wasted water, whatever you want to call it. And, if there any way we can do it, and I know it's got cap complications with geo pressures, but also that's cap is maybe if we say 2026 or 27 we'll be up and running, maybe we'll have 3 or 4 years of affordable, cheap Kachuma water if we can get some expert opinions and get it into our groundwater basin because it's kind of recovering.
Surely it's a great point, and I think, Case, you brought it up either last month or the month before to ask Bob if we could get a little bit more information on that, especially since we both have been, sit on those boards and hear all the great water that Goleta got this year. So I know it's tough, I know it's not, but we all seem to, at least most of us seem to have an interest in seeing what would be the feasibility and what would be just to map it out and see. Thank you.
Actually,
It's a good point.
I was going to suggest to tie to that is it may be when there's free water, maybe convince some of the private pumpers to stop pumping and give them city water so we can keep charging the basin. That would be a lot cheaper. And I know most farmers right now they pay $900 an acre foot. I wouldn't say give it for free, but maybe make it free enough. Cheap enough so they're going to stop pumping and then make sure our costs are covered. And that might be a quicker way to recharge. Yeah, and farmers are greedy, so you got to take advantage of that. So it is, right? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
To say I'm lost without you, and just how mad about you I've grown.